Hey, Cole, can you play the Hilltop video? Thank you.
Oftentimes people come into the program, they look at 12-year-olds blowing glass and they're like, who thought this was a good idea? But if you set the expectation high for these kids, so many of them will reach that expectation and go beyond.
The Hilltop Artist program for glass blowing gives you something to look forward to at the end of the day.
Being involved in arts has really helped me stay focused because I really connected with it and I like it.
We've learned a lot of stuff, most of the stuff I make in here, like cups and bowls, I can use at home, and I've never been able to do that before.
What we do in working in the glass world is a very small community of people. But I think one of the things that this place does is it shows you that there's a larger, role that you can play in the community.
Before I took this glass blowing course, I did not consider myself an artist. I didn't think I was an artist. I didn't like the arts. I thought it was kind of phony. But coming into this class, I really learned how to express myself, and I was able to create things that I truly thought were beautiful. Just from my first gather, I knew it was something that I wanted to identify with and do whatever it takes to continue doing that for the rest of my life.
The program just goes kind of a step beyond what most programs do. Yes, we're an art program teaching 21st century skills in a school environment, but then we're also connecting these kids to all the social programs that they need.
Last year I was going through some stuff and I came here and I felt secure. Art has always been kind of my way of coping through everything, and glass blowing is everything to me now. So
a lot of the students that I work with, the population that I work with, it's a big deal for them to even come to school, to show up to school.
As much as we use glass to hook the kids and to get the kids to come up in here every day, that's not really why we're here. Our goal isn't to turn all of these students into glass artists and populate the world with more glass art, but it's to make them better citizens and hopefully find something in themselves that they didn't see before.
So I started the program when I was 12. Growing up, it was really hard. I went through a lot, and glass was always my go-to. This is my home, it's my family. Being that struggling kid, and then now being on the other side and being able to be there for the kids, it's a really cool feeling.
We've become sort of a family in here, and we help them through that tough time of being 12 up to 19 years old. So
It's a really friendly place. All the teachers really nice. It's like another family that you can have.
I think it's made me a better person because I'm excited to go to school.
Feeling like they're creative is an important skill, I think, these days, in order to, with the changing world and the economy and everything the way it is, to be able to constantly, create a problem solver, reinvent yourself. I think that's what art does, and I think it's one of the wonderful skills that it provides these kids. Within a couple of weeks, they're making these beautiful objects that they take home, and their family and their friends see them and are oohing and eyeing and wondering, you made that? How did you even do that? That's amazing. So suddenly there's this pride in what they're doing, and they've overcome this fear of the heat and the kind of the intimidation factor of the glass blowing, and now they're actually creating things. And then as they stay involved with the program, they get to pass those skills on to their friends, show their friends what they know, mentor, and all those things. And so you can turn kids on to going to college. You can turn kids on to education in a way that they never thought was possible before. And I think that's the future that these kids have.
Hello and welcome to the museum. Today we have visiting artists, many visiting artists. This is part of the Hilltop program. They are making glass work for their annual Better Luncheon, which will take place October 10th. We're celebrating Pride all year long, so we're working on rainbow designs. Here's an example of some in the past. Over here you can see that we have what's known as cane being laid out in our rainbow pattern. You can see that we have more cane here, so we're running production. We're going to make a lot of these objects all day long. So we need to heat up the cane before we roll it up. This ensures that the glass doesn't crack when that molten glass touches that room temperature glass. So we do a nice preheat, a nice little soak. That is what this mechanism here is doing for us. In the center bench, you can see Gabe is getting ready to cut out that clear glass. So he's grabbed his diamond shears and he's basically crunching and cutting that glass. And that ball of clear and rainbow cane will actually fall to the ground. So that is a large mass of glass. It's about maybe 2 inches in diameter. So if that were just to be left on the floor to cool, it would actually explode because it hasn't gone through the annealing process. So we're going to go ahead and force that explosion by putting it in water. That way we don't have a lot of hot glass exploding all over the hot shop floor. If at any point you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Right now, Gabe is using the marver in order to help shape that glass. So on the pipe, we actually have 2 layers of clear glass and then 1 layer of our rainbow pattern. Now we're getting that glass really nice and warm so that we can put in what's known as the jack line. We're using gravity to help elongate the glass. Those paddles are essentially shielding the gaffer, who is Gabe, from all of the radiant heat coming off that glass. Now we're incorporating more heat right where that jack line is going to go. So we're going to get this glass really nice and toasty and then use our jacks in order to cut in a line where essentially we'll be breaking the glass off to work it from the opposite side. Here's that jack line. So he's aiming for right where the pipe stops and the glass starts, so that we can use all of that cane, all of that patterning, and not waste any. We want to do this fairly soon in the process of glass blowing so that we don't have to fight it later on. So while the glass is still relatively small in diameter, we're putting in that jack line. So because this is a production mode, a production setting, we've already got the next piece started. So Trent is gathering up clear. He's got his first layer of clear on the pipe. Meanwhile, we're preheating our cane for the next roll-up. Over on this side, we're taking another gather of clear as well. Our furnaces, we've got 2 on the floor. Both hold about 1,000 pounds of glass. They're heating that glass up to 2150 degrees Fahrenheit. Our glory holes, or reheating furnaces, are running at 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can see why paddling or shielding. That's our fluffy torch. So we're heating up the canes from the bottom, right? We have it on this, basically a stove. So, but we also need to heat them from the top. So we're using the fluffy torch to make a sandwich of heat. And that was our next roll up. So we get that furnace heat. So we take a gather of fresh glass, and then we use that furnace heat to essentially melt the cane, which is warm, maybe 500 degrees, into the freshly gathered furnace glass. So once one roll is taken, we're going to go ahead and set up the next roll. So the final product is going to be a sphere. They're making 3 different shapes across this residency: bowls, cones, and spheres, and today is Sphere Day. So we're making rainbow spheres. For those of you just coming in, welcome. We have visiting artists today, many visiting artists. This is the Hilltop program, and they're making work for their annual Better Luncheon. That'll take place October 10th, and tickets are available to help support the Hilltop artists on their website, hilltopart.org. You can see Gabe in the center is using a wet newspaper to help shape that glass. Now that's known as a hot torch. It's kind of a misnomer because you think all torches are hot, but that one is particularly toasty. We want a nice little flat spot so that sphere will sit proper. So you can see the temperature difference. As the glass gets warmer, it becomes closer to that orange color. And as it cools down, it reveals its actual color. So even though the colors are muted right now, when they're cold, they will be these rainbow colors you can see here on this table. You can also see examples of them in the form of these cylinders here on our display. So what Gabe is using is known as the straps. It's the straps of the jacks, and he's using that to really make a nice flat spot for that sphere to sit. Meanwhile, on either side, we're getting more starts to make more of these production items. Hilltop is a program that takes place here in Tacoma. It was partially founded along with the museum by Dale Chihuly. So Dale Chihuly is actually from Tacoma, so he's really left a mark in the space. Hilltop works with both middle school and high school students in the form of glass blowing after school programs, fusing programs. They also work with Art Connects, which is a program that helps women in the juvenile court system. It's first time. Now what Gabe is doing is he's using the fluffy torch to really heat up that jack line because we want to disturb that glass. We want to get it so that it'll break right where we cinched it in. So what we do is we add heat, and then we add something cold, like water or a cold tool, and that creates thermal shock and will cause it to break exactly where we want it to. Meanwhile, we've started a punty. So in the middle hole right now is our punty. We want that punty to fuse to the bottom of that sphere where we used the straps of our jacks to create that flat spot. We got to get our punty really nice and... That's awful. Sorry, I won't go over there anymore. That was awful. Sorry about that. So we connected our punty so that glass is fusing, and we want that punty to set up. There it is. And then he just broke it right on off. So that was thermal shock that caused that right on that jack line. So now we want to make sure that our glass is really nice and straight. So he'll take his tweezers and he'll watch the rotation of the sphere and he'll correct it using the sphere, using the tweezers to go up or down depending on the straightness. Now that part that was just attached to the pipe is actually going to be our coldest part. So now we really need to get it really nice and molten so we can finish forming this sphere. So you can watch in real time as that glass is exposed to the room temperature air, it cools down and it becomes less orange. So when it first comes out of that glory hole, it's about 1800 degrees. It has to maintain at least 1000 degree temperature the entire time we're working with it so that the glass doesn't break. So the part that was attached to the pipe also tends to be the thickest. So Gabe is tweezing out the lip, technical term, and then he'll go back in and he will cut it. So he's squeezing that opening so that it's as small as possible. The question is about recycling the glass. We can recycle glass that is clear. So you might see what's known as a strip gather, where we go from the furnace and then we strip off into a bucket. But as soon as color enters the glass, we cannot recycle it. Correct. So what happens is it'll taint our whole furnace, right? So because in order to recycle, what we do is we take the glass from the strip bucket. As soon as glass is melted, it becomes cullet. So it goes from the tiny particles called batch into cullet. That's through the melting process. So we recycle as much of the cullet as possible that's just clear. But the color, if we were to recycle it, we would then taint the whole 1,000 pounds of glass. So it might seem like a good idea to try to recycle as much as possible, but we need clear glass. Yeah. So now we're prepping in the center bench in order to puff up a little flat spot. So we have our puffer ready to go, also known as a soffietta. The question is, what are we using to fuel the hot shop equipment and or flamethrowers? So the fluffy torch runs off of propane, but as far as the furnace and the reheating furnaces or glory holes, those are run off of natural gas and forced air. Our furnace runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Over on the side, what Trent is doing is he's twisting up the canes. So he's applying pressure on the tip of the glass in order to create like this circle pattern. Does anyone have any other questions for me? For those of you just coming in, welcome to the museum. We've got a lot of visiting artists today in the form of the Hilltop Artist Program. They're making production items for their annual Better Luncheon. Now we're using that soffietta again to help poof up our sphere. Now we're working on what's known as flashing down the piece. The question is, how do you add the color? You can see Annie is over here picking out the canes to add the patterns. So these canes were pulled at Hilltop and brought here for this residency. And she's arranging them in the rainbow color. So what cane is cane is a straight line of color concentrated glass. These particular canes are filled with white in the center. Think of a painting, how you gesso the base of a painting, and then you add the color. So that's what the white on the inside of this cane is doing. You don't actually see the white, but it helps the color be brighter and be less muted. All of the canes started off in the form of this. This is color concentrate, also known as a color bar. That's the industry term. These are made in Germany. There are 3 or 4 different manufacturers of glass color. We are spoiled here in the Pacific Northwest because we have at our disposal all 3 of those distributors: Gaffer Glass, Oceanside Color, Reichenbach. There might be another one slipping my brain. I know those are the top 3, though. Kugler. There you go. That is it. Can we give them a round of applause? That is our first piece going in the box for the day. Now we're putting a little Hilltop stamp right on there, so we're using that hot torch, getting it really nice and toasty, adding our signature, and then into the box it'll go, and over the course of 9.5 hours, it'll go from 950 degrees down to room temperature. This is called the annealing process. Woohoo! Awesome. So for those of you who missed it, these are the Hilltop artists, part of a program here in Tacoma that enables both middle school and high school students to be exposed to glass. It takes place in the form of day programs and night programs. It also works with an organization called Art Connect, which works with women in the juvenile system. Sorry, I'm still trying to remember all of the things. Now we're using the wet newspaper in order to help shape that glass. So this piece was started over here on the side bench with Trent. He took 2 layers of clear glass, and then he rolled up what Annie put on our table over here. So for those of you who missed it, this is how we preheat the cane. If we were to roll up cane that's room temperature with our molten glass, it would absolutely crack and break. That's those thermal shock properties that glass is known for. So instead, we hook it up to this basically heating stove, and then we heat it from the bottom, and then we take our fluffy torch and heat it from the top, and a nice hot sandwich of heat before we roll it up. Now we're using the marver to help shape the glass. You'll notice that the glass has a cone at the top. That's what Gabe is using the marver to shape. And what that does is it cools the bottom, because we want the bottom to move less than the middle. So we want that middle to start to grow. Once he gets it into a shape that he likes, he will begin heating up the glass in order to put that jack line in. Now remember, the jack line is where the glass will eventually be broken off of the pipe. Over in the side here, we're working on a punty. We're about to punty up this smaller cylinder. For those of you who are interested in seeing the final product that the Hilltop artists are making, tickets are available for their annual Better Futures program on their website, hilltopartist.org. Now Gabe is building up that heat right where that jack line is going to happen, and he's also heating his jacks. You guys see that glisten on the jacks? That's actually beeswax. We use beeswax as kind of a lubrication from the steel tool to the glass. Now Reagan's getting that really nice and toasty. Here comes that jack line. We're shielding Gabe from the radiant heat, that's the word, radiant heat using our paddle. The question is, do colors have different melting points or melting temperatures? The answer is yes. We have soft colors and we have stiff colors. And so when working with a multitude of different colors, sometimes it's really tricky-ricky to dial in those colors. So whites tend to be very stiff. Meanwhile, blues and greens tend to be very soft. And all of that has to do with the chemical compounds of that color. So colors like reds or yellows are stiffer because of the compounds used to create that color. Trent is letting his first gather cool down. This is called having a cold core. Trent is over yonder with the big safety glasses. So he wants that core really nice and cold. Remember, we have to be at least 1,000 degrees, so it's relative terms. We want a nice cold core so that when he takes another gather in that furnace, all of the glass doesn't just slip off the end of the pipe. Remember, our furnace holds 1,000 pounds of glass, and it runs at 2,150 degrees Fahrenheit. In he goes, and then he'll do a little twist to gather up that glass. Here's the strip. We can recycle this. We can recycle all of that glass that just came right from the furnace, touched nothing, and goes to the bench. The reason he's stripped is because we want a certain diameter at the end of the day to do our roll-up. So we're using pie dividers that are set to a certain length so that the diameter of the glass in which we are using to roll up matches the length of the roll-up, and the roll-up is on our plate over here. And over here, we're on the punty side of the pipe, making a nice cylinder. Do I have any questions? We just brought over a nice little dab of clear. This will help add a little bit of weight to the bottom of our glass. Okay, great, thanks. And I forgot. Zane is now making the punty. He's cooling it down using our pipe cooler. So the pipe is always hottest right after a gather. Oh, we're getting another piece in the box. There's another strip gather. Water is added to the punty of our cylinder to help it break it off. Awesome. Can we give them a round of applause? Got another piece for the box. It's really impressive that many of the people on the hot shop floor are either in high school or middle school. Now Gabe is adding the punty that Zane brought over. So using the jacks to help make sure it's straight. Cold tool on hot glass, little tap. Breaks right off right at that jack line. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Here today we have many resident artists. These are the Hilltop artists, and they're part of a program here in Tacoma that works with middle school and high school students. These students are incorporated into the glass community in the form of after-school programming and day classes. They are also given a residency here at the Museum of Glass every year to help make production items for their Better Futures luncheon, which will happen October 10th at Hotel Murano. If anyone is interested in attending that event, you can buy tickets through their website at hilltopart.org. So now Reagan's getting the top of that sphere that was just attached to the pipe really nice and toasty. Meanwhile, we have another gather of hot glass happening over on the side. You can see that the glass comes out really bright orange, but it's actually all clear. So we have two furnaces on the hot shop floor. Both hold 1,000 pounds of glass. Both run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and are running at 2,150 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can watch in real time as the glass is exposed to the room temperature air. It'll get muted in color, it'll be less bright. Right now what we're doing is we're tweezing the lip So the part that was attached to the pipe tends to be the thickest, but we want a really nice, even thickness all the way around. So we'll tweeze that glass out, and then we'll go in with our shears, and we'll actually cut it. Now Gabe's using the jacks in order to cinch that hole as much as possible. We want a really nice tight hole at the top of our sphere. So by using the jacks, we're able to cinch in. Little Sophietta action. Now what Eddie is doing is they are protecting Gabe from all of the radiant heat coming off of that glass. Over here, what is happening is something called popping a bubble. So when you first take a layer of clear glass, there isn't a bubble on the inside. So what you do is you blow a little bit of air, and then you cap the end of the pipe. And as that air is exposed to the molten glass at the end of it, it expands because of the heat, and that's what creates that internal bubble. It's a tricky, tricky thing to master because the glass can't be so wicked hot with all that furnace heat that it's, there is no structure, but it can't be so cold that the glass doesn't want to move. Now that we have a nice bubble, we're going to go back into the furnace and take another dip. You always want to make sure to start that bubble on your first dip because otherwise it gets a little unwieldy. Now Gabe is using that fluffy torch to put more heat right on the center of that sphere because he wants the glass to move there. Glass will always move the most through the path of least resistance. So if we notice a blemish or not the right contour of the glass, we can add heat to that specific area and correct it. It's our Sophietta, adding a little bit more air. This is our way of blowing glass while it's on the punty side. Now, right where that glass was just broken off, we're using the map gas in order to smooth out any imperfections. Final little poof, make sure it's really nice and round. Meanwhile, Trent is over here twisting up that cane. When we roll up the cane, it's really nice and straight, but we want to have a nice twisted pattern. So we use the marver and apply pressure while turning in order to create that twist. And here is the final move on this piece in the center. We're about to break it off and put it in the box. Little tap sends vibrations up the pipe. Round of applause. Thank you. Our third piece for the annual Better Futures Luncheon featuring the Hilltop artists. So we use the hot torch. We get that bottom really nice and hot, and then we add our signature in the form of a stamp. And then into the annealer it will go, where over the course of 8.5 hours, it'll go from 950 degrees to room temperature. This is called the annealing process. This is how we ensure that that glass can go from such molten temperatures to room temperature without cracking or breaking. And in true production style, we're already on to the next one. So what Gabe is doing is he's quenching the bottom that bottom mass so that it's firm, it's stiff, it's less moving. And then he'll heat up the rest of the mass, and then he'll be able to get even more twist inside that cane pattern. Now Gabe's using his diamond shears in order to cinch right where that mass is separated from our blown part, to create that resistance to really make the cane nice and twisted. Hey, Cole, can you play the Hilltop video, please?
Oftentimes people come into the program, they look at 12-year-olds blowing glass and they're like, who thought this was a good idea? But if you set the expectation high for these kids, so many of them will reach that expectation and go beyond.
The Hilltop Artist program for glass blowing gives you something to look forward to at the end of the day.
Being involved in arts has really helped me stay focused because I really connected with it and I like it.
We've learned a lot of stuff, like most of the stuff I make in here, like cups and bowls, I can use at home, and I've never been able to do that before.
What we do in working in the glass world is a very small community of people. But I think one of the things that this place does is it shows you that there's a larger, role that you can play in the community.
Before I took this glass blowing course, I did not consider myself an artist. I didn't think I was an artist. I didn't like the arts. I thought it was kind of phony. But coming into this class, I really learned how to express myself, and I was able to create things that I truly thought were beautiful. Just from my first gather, I knew it was something that I wanted to identify with and do whatever it takes to continue doing that for the rest of my life.
The program just goes kind of a step beyond what most programs do. Yes, we're an art program teaching 21st century skills in a school environment, but then we're also connecting these kids to all the social programs that they need.
Last year I was going through some stuff, and I came here and I felt secure. Art has always been kind of my way of coping through everything, and glass blowing is everything to me now. So
a lot of the students that I work with, the population that I work with, it's a big deal for them to even come to school, to show up to school.
As much as we use glass to hook the kids and to get the kids to come up in here every day, that's not really why we're here. Our goal isn't to turn all of these students into glass artists and populate the world with more glass art, but it's to make them better citizens and hopefully find something in themselves that they didn't see before.
So I started the program when I was 12. Growing up, it was really hard. I went through a lot, and glass was always my go-to. This is my home. It's my family. Being that struggling kid, and then now being on the other side and being able to be there for the kids, it's a really cool feeling.
we've become sort of a family in here, and we help them through that tough time of being 12 up to 19 years old. So
It's a really friendly place. All the teachers really nice. It's like another family that you can have.
I think it's made me a better person because I'm excited to go to school.
Feeling like they're creative is an important skill, I think, these days, in order to, with the changing world and the economy and everything the way it is, to be able to constantly, create a problem solver, reinvent yourself. I think that's what art does, and I think it's one of the wonderful skills that it provides these kids. Within a couple of weeks, they're making these beautiful objects that they take home, and their family and their friends see them and are oohing and eyeing and wondering, like, you made that? How did you even do that? That's amazing. So suddenly there's this pride in what they're doing, and they've overcome this fear of the heat and the kind of the intimidation factor of the glass blowing, and now they're actually creating things. And then as they stay involved with the program, they get to pass those skills on to their friends, show their friends what they know, mentor, and all those things. And so you can turn kids on to going to college. You can turn kids on to education in a way that they never thought was possible before. And I think that's the future that these kids have.
You can see over here on the side, Trent has taken his first gather. What he's doing is he's rolling it on the marver to kind of chill it. Trent is this human. Gabe is making spheres all day long. Trent's making starts all day long. Right there, Trent just popped a bubble, right? So he gathered that clear glass, he put some air pressure in there, he let that air expand, and that's what creates that central bubble in the middle of our blown glass. Now he'll get a nice tapered shape so that he can get another layer of glass on the outside of this one. So now Luis is going to be gathering some clear glass in order to add what's known as a button to the bottom. The button is where we will eventually be attaching the punty to work the sphere from the opposite end. Here comes that molten glass. Drags along the surface of our sphere and then uses the straps to help flatten it. Meanwhile, over here you can see Jack is assisting to use what's known as a optic mold. That's the squeaker. I thought that was me, but that's actually the mold. So what Trent is doing is he's using the pipe cooler to help cool that pipe. Once a gather is taken, the pipe is always at its hottest. Now we're letting that core cool down so that we can take another gather of glass on top of it. Now we're puntying up this center sphere. We want that punty to be absolutely straight with that pipe. Now we're letting that glass set up or get some infrastructure by cooling down. Now we're adding heat to the jack line in order to create that thermal shock. Cold tool on hot glass, little tippy tap, and it breaks right off the pipe, and now we're able to finish off the sphere from the opposite side. Now Trent's about to take another gather. He has formed the glass so it's a nice bullet shape, so that when he goes in and gathers another layer of glass on top of it, we get the least amount of bubbles trapped inside the glass. He wants a nice, even gather. Now again, we're tweezing out that lip so we can make the glass more even thickness all the way around, because the part that was attached to the pipe always tends to be thicker. Meanwhile, Trent is about to do another cane roll-up. So that is how the color, how the rainbow is added to the glass. We always need to preheat the cane before we roll it up, so that's what Annie is doing. She's doing cane setups, so she's arranging them in whatever pattern they're planning on using on these hot plates. So it's heated from the bottom using those burners, and then from the top we're using the fluffy torch to get a nice even heat throughout the cane. Does anyone have any questions for me? For those of you just coming in, welcome. Here on the Hot Shop floor, we have visiting artists, many artists, that make up the Hilltop Artist Program. It's a program based here in Tacoma, Washington, that allows middle school and high school students exposure to glass in the form of after-school programming and daytime classes. They also work with a group called Art Connect, which helps women in the juvenile court system. Now we're using that Soffietta to help poof the glass up just a little bit more, make it really nice and round. The Soffietta is a tool that we use in order to blow glass while it's on the punty side of the piece. So everything being made today will be incorporated into the centerpieces for the Better Futures Luncheon hosted by the Hilltop program. That'll take place October 10th, and tickets are available on their website, hilltopartist.org. Now we're using that map gas to help melt in any tool marks, get the glass really nice and warm. Using the jacks to make sure that the opening at the top of the sphere is really nice and round. And over here, we're arranging the next cane patterns to be picked up. Now Eddie is suited up, which means we're getting to the end of this piece. Eddie has Kevlar gloves on that enable them to grab the glass even though it's quite warm. The face shield helps to protect hair when they go into the annealer. Meanwhile, Lily is at the ready to open up that annealer door when the piece is headed that way. Trent is continuing to roll up and twist up that cane. Now Gabe is going to dip his tweezers in water and apply that right to that punty, that jack line, in order to create thermal shock to really stress out that glass, which will cause it to break right where we want it to. Then vibrations are sent up the pipe in the form of a light tap. That causes it to break. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Another piece in the box. Always happy when that happens. Then we use the hot torch to get the glass really nice and molten. And then we add the Hilltop signature in the form of a stamp. So Eddie loads that into the annealer along with our other 2 spheres we've made this morning. And over the course of about 8.5 hours, it'll go from 950 degrees to room temperature. This is called the annealing process. So over here on the side bench, we're getting ready to punty up Katie's cylinder. Now JJ just took a gather, and this will be the punty for Katie's cylinder. over in this side, we are attaching the puntee. We're trying to aim right for center so that we're a straight line from the pipe all the way to the puntee. And then we'll let that puntee set up, get nice and stiff, and then we'll break it off of the pipe using a little bit of water. So over here in the center, what Annie is doing is she's using the fluffy torch in order to heat up the canes. So we're heating them from the bottom using our burner, and then we're heating them from the top using the fluffy torch. Preheating the cane is essential for making sure that it doesn't explode when we roll molten glass on top of it. So that's how we will be picking up that cane, is by right here. That is what Trent is working on. Trent's got his molten glass. He will form it, make sure it's a certain diameter in order to roll up all of the cane. And over here, you can see Katie's working on the final steps of her piece. She's adding heat into the jack line. They will then be adding water so that they can be loaded into the annealer. So JJ is working on getting suited up so that they can grab that piece and load it into that annealer. So water is going to be added over here on the side, right on that punty spot. We're holding it at an upward angle to make sure none of the water touches the cylinder, because it will cause tiny micro cracks. Awesome. Can we go ahead and give Katie a round of applause? Another piece in the box. For those of you who missed it, here today we have visiting artists, many artists. This is the Hilltop Artist Program based in Tacoma. We're making production pieces for Hilltop Artists' annual Better Futures Luncheon, which will take place October 10th at Hotel Murano. So into the annealer that cylinder went, and over the course of 8.5 hours, it will slowly come down from 950 degrees to room temperature. This annealing process is essential to make sure that the glass can survive in our room temperature air. Meanwhile, Gabe is in the center tweezing out the lip of the sphere. Yep, so here comes Trent with the clear glass, getting ready to do this cane roll-up. Awesome. So those canes will create the rainbow pattern that is on our production items. This year's theme is Pride all year round, which is why we're incorporating the rainbow theme. For those of you unfamiliar with the Hilltop Artist Program, they do provide glass blowing classes and after-school instruction for middle school and high school students here in Tacoma. They also work with an organization called Art Connect, which helps women in the juvenile court system. Over in the center, Eddie is using a soffietta in order to puff up glass and really make sure it's nice and curved. Meanwhile, Gabe is now using a newspaper that's soaked in water to help make that organic sphere shape. Those are diamond shears that he's using in order to pinch off that glass. The backside of tweezers are then used to knock off that glass. Meanwhile, over on the side here, Xavier is popping a bubble. So he has a layer of clear glass, and then he puts air pressure inside the pipe, caps the end of it, and as that air is exposed to that molten glass, it begins to expand and blow out that initial bubble. In the center here, we kind of lost our hole. So Gabe is using a tungsten rod and a drill and a little map gas to re-establish that hole. Does anyone have any questions for me? Great. Cole, can we go ahead and play the furnace slide, please? So here's a look into our furnace. Here at the Museum of Glass, we have two 1,000-pound furnaces. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. The reason why we power them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is because they run at 2,150 degrees, which means it'll take them about a week to cool down. We blow glass 5 days a week, only 2 days off, Mondays and Tuesdays. So we need that glass to make sure it's really nice and hot. There's also a process called fining out that has to happen. Thanks, Cole. And the fining out process is when we go from the particles that make up glass to molten glass. So here at the museum, we're melting a glass called spruce pine batch. We get that from Spruce Pine, North Carolina in the form of particulate. We then put it in the furnace, and over 3 to 4 days, we allow it to fine out. And the fining out is making sure that all of those particles are really nice and melted, and we don't have what's known as seeds in the glass, which is any leftover particulate that isn't finely melted. So now we're flashing down the center sphere, which is the process of making sure that all of the glass is about 1,000 degrees. hot enough that it doesn't explode, not so hot that it'll become distorted when we put it into our annealer. So Eddie is getting suited up. They are wearing Kevlar gloves in order to protect their hands when they go to grab the glass. Now Gabe is heating up the punty because we want to create that thermal shock. So we will incorporate a lot of heat, and then we will introduce water, which will cause the glass to break. So here's that water. Awesome. Can we go ahead and give him a round of applause? Another sphere in the box. Now Luis is using the hot torch, getting that punty area really nice and warm. And then we add the signature in the form of a stamp that goes at the bottom of the sphere. For those of you interested in seeing the final product and helping to support the Hilltop Artist Program, tickets for the Better Futures Luncheon are available online at hilltopart.org. Into the annealer that goes, and over the course of 8.5 hours, it will go from 950 degrees to room temperature. So everything that we're making on the hot shop floor today will all be annealed at the end of the day. Shortly, maybe after lunch, we'll be opening up the annealer from yesterday to display the cones that were created. And in true production style, Trent is already getting that next piece ready to go. So he's got several layers of clear glass, and then he did the cane roll-up. Annie is currently working on, they're called cane setups. So they're setting up the colors to be rolled up. From the setup area, they will go onto our cane plate. The cane plate is a cast iron plate that has these grooves that make sure that the cane stays put. They're heated from the bottom, and they're also heated from the top using the fluffy torch, so it's a nice hot sandwich. We need to preheat the cane so that they don't explode when we roll over them with molten glass. And over here, Xavier is now taking another gather of glass. So he let his first gather cool down enough so that when he goes and gets this second gather, it doesn't all just slough into the furnace. Now he's stripping off any extra glass. Now Xavier's doing his roll-up. So we're using that furnace heat to make sure that the glass melts the surface of that cane as we roll around it. So although the colors look muted when they're warm, when they're room temperature, they will match identically with these colors. This year's theme for the Better Futures Luncheon is Pride All Year Long, bringing attention to the LGBTQ plus community and all of our students in the Hilltop program that identify as such. For those of you unfamiliar with the Hilltop program, they do offer middle school and high school classes in the form of day programming and after-school programs. There's glass blowing and fusing. They teach production and they teach cold working. And they also work with a program called Arts Connect, which works with women in the juvenile court system. Hey, Cole, can we play the Hilltop artist video, please?
Oftentimes people come into the program, they look at 12-year-olds blowing glass and they're like, who thought this was a good idea? But if you set the expectation high for these kids, so many of them will reach that expectation and go beyond.
The Hilltop Artist program for glass blowing gives you something to look forward to at the end of the day.
Being involved in arts has really helped me stay focused because I really connected with it and I like it.
We've learned a lot of stuff, like most of the stuff I make in here, like cups and bowls, I can use at home, and I've never been able to do that before.
What we do in working in the glass world is a very small community of people. But I think one of the things that this place does is it shows you that there's a larger, role that you can play in the community.
Before I took this glass blowing course, I did not consider myself an artist. I didn't think I was an artist. I didn't like the arts. I thought it was kind of phony. But coming into this class, I really learned how to express myself, and I was able to create things that I truly thought were beautiful. Just from my first gather, I knew it was something that I wanted to identify with and do whatever it takes to continue doing that for the rest of my life.
The program just goes kind of a step beyond what most programs do. Yes, we're an art program teaching 21st century skills in a school environment, but then we're also connecting these kids to all the social programs that they need.
Last year I was going through some stuff and I came here and I felt secure. Art has always been kind of my way of coping through everything, and glass blowing is everything to me now. So
a lot of the students that I work with, the population that I work with, it's a big deal for them to even come to school, to show up to school.
As much as we use glass to hook the kids and to get the kids to come up in here every day, that's not really why we're here. Our goal isn't to turn all of these students into glass artists and populate the world with more glass art, but it's to make them better citizens and hopefully find something in themselves that they didn't see before.
So I started the program when I was 12. Growing up, it was really hard. I went through a lot, and glass was always my go-to. This is my home. It's my family. Being that struggling kid, and then now being on the other side and being able to be there for the kids, it's a really cool feeling.
We've become sort of a family in here, and we help them through that tough time of being 12 up to 19 years old. So
It's a really friendly place. All the teachers really nice. It's like another family that you can have.
I think it's made me a better person because I'm excited to go to school.
Feeling like they're creative is an important skill, I think, these days in order to, with the changing world and the economy and everything the way it is, to be able to constantly, create a problem solver, reinvent yourself. I think that's what art does, and I think it's one of the wonderful skills that it provides these kids. Within a couple of weeks, they're making these beautiful objects that they take home, and their family and their friends see them and are oohing and eyeing and wondering, like, you made that? How did you even do that? That's amazing. So suddenly there's this pride in what they're doing, and they've overcome this fear of the heat and the kind of the intimidation factor of the glass blowing, and now they're actually creating things. And then as they stay involved with the program, they get to pass those skills on to their friends, show their friends what they know, mentor, and all those things. And so you can turn kids on to going to college. You can turn kids on to education in a way that they never thought was possible before. And I think that's the future that these kids have.
So here in the center bench, we're getting ready to attach the punty. So we added a nice clear cookie to the bottom of our sphere. That's to make sure that none of the cane becomes disrupted when we attach the punty and eventually remove it. Now Gabe is using a newspaper that's been soaked in water to help shape that sphere. Over on the side, Xavier and Jack are actually doing the same thing. Meanwhile, Trent is letting his core cool down so he can take another gather of clear glass. We want to make sure that that first layer of glass is nice and cold so that when we gather, all of the glass doesn't just slough on into the furnace. Meanwhile, Annie is using the the fluffy torch to heat the canes from the top, and they're on a burner, so it heats the canes from the bottom, so we're making a nice hot sandwich of canes. Over here, Xavier is putting in a jack line. The jack line is where the glass will eventually be broken off of. And Eddie is working on making that punty. So although the gather of glass Trent just took is orange, it is actually clear glass, and that is just the heat you are seeing optically. Now we let that punty stiffen up, and now we're going to add vibrations up the pipe, which causes that glass to break right at that jack line. So now we can work the sphere from the end that was once attached to the pipe. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today is a very special day as we have many artists in residence. They are all a part of the Hilltop Artist Program, which is a program here in Tacoma, Washington that works with both middle school and high school students. They operate in the form of daytime classes and after-school programs, summer camps, all sorts of fun things. It's a great way for young people to get exposed to glass earlier in life. So we're making production today for their Better Futures Luncheon, which will happen October 10th at Hotel Murano here in Tacoma. This is all to raise funding to help keep the Hilltop Artist Program running. Today we're focusing on the production of spheres on the center and side bench. And over here, we're making cylinders. You can see some of the cylinders we've made in previous days up on our display tables. This year's theme is Pride All Year Long, focusing on the inclusivity and bringing light to the LGBTQ plus community. Hilltop artists also work with a program called Art Connect, which works with women in the juvenile court system. So over on the side bench, Xavier is getting ready to punty up his cylinder. JJ is preheating the punty rod, and she'll be taking a gather of clear glass. We'll then be attaching it to the bottom of that cylinder so that we can finish the glass work from the opposite side. Meanwhile, Trent is working on his cane roll-up. So he just rolled up a pattern of cane that was preheated here in the center. Now he'll work on really melting in those canes into that bubble, and he'll begin the process of twisting up that cane. Over here, JJ and Xavier are adding the punty to his cylinder. Water is added right to that jack line, which creates thermal shock, which will cause it to break right where we want it to. Awesome. So now we're on the punty side. Now we can work on opening up that cylinder. Meanwhile, here in the center, we're going to go ahead and box this piece. So again, water is added right to that punty mark. Vibrations are then sent up the pipe. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Another piece into our annealer. Let's all keep in mind that Hilltop Artists is a great program, and we're working with a group of middle school and high school students here at the Museum of Glass, which is an amazing thing to celebrate. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. You came on a very special day as we have quite a few visiting artists. This is all a part of the Hilltop Artist Program. They have a residency here at the museum as they make production items for their annual Better Futures Luncheon, which helps raise money for the Hilltop Artist Program. For those of you unfamiliar with the Hilltop Artist Program, it is a nonprofit organization that offers nighttime classes, daytime classes, after-school activities, and summer camps for Tacoma's youth. They have hot shop classes, production classes, fusing, and even a little cold working. Now, their annual Better Futures Luncheon will happen October 10th, and will display all of the items that we're making here during their residency. On our pedestals, you can see a few examples. This year's theme is Pride All Year Round, bringing light and attention to the LGBTQ community. Over here, now we're adding the final signature, the final stamp. So Luis is using the hot torch to get that bottom of that cylinder really nice and molten. And then we'll be adding the signature using a brass stamp. And into the annealer it goes. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Another piece for their annual auction and luncheon. Hilltop Artists also works with Arts Connect here in Tacoma. Arts Connect is a program that helps women within the juvenile court system. The production item that we're making today are spheres. So the centerpiece will be composed of one cylinder, one cone, one sphere. For those of you interested in attending the luncheon, tickets are available on their website, hilltopartist.org. So for those of you who can see that open annealer way over yonder, I'm sure you didn't realize it was Christmas, but I guarantee you, every time you open that annealer and it's full of glass you just made, it's Christmas all over again. So inside that annealer, the glass has finally come down from about 950 degrees to room temperature, and now we're able to handle the glass since it's gone through the annealing process. So it's quite a volatile situation to go from viscous molten glass at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. So we need that annealing process to ensure that the glass doesn't crack. These pieces were made yesterday, came down to room temperature, and now we're able to handle them. So everything that we make today will go into that annealer, and tomorrow, sometime after lunchish, we'll be able to handle those as well. So today, we've primarily been using twisty cane, which are this pattern. But there's something called an optic mold. You see that cone, that cast aluminum cone dealie right there? So that's got spikes in it. So you can disturb the cane by pressing down, and it creates resistance. And that's how you get the waves like this cone here and like that cylinder there. Now Trent is letting his core cool down. He'll be taking another gather. Meanwhile, Annie is preheating the cane from the bottom and from the top using the fluffy torch. So Trent will be taking a gather and then coming over and doing what's known as a cane roll-up, and that's how we get that rainbow patterning into the glass. Did you make that one? So into the furnace Trent goes. That furnace runs at 2,150 degrees Fahrenheit. Pretty toasty, if I say so myself. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of glass. So inside that furnace, there is a ceramic liner. It's basically a big bowl of molten glass. So he takes his pipe and sticks it into that bowl, which is essentially the consistency of honey. And that's how he's able to gather more glass and to create a larger object. You can see that the glass kind of looks orange right when it comes out of that furnace, but it is all clear. Our furnaces are both just clear glass. So although the rainbow colors look semi-muted, especially here in the center where Gabe is working on gaffing the final shape, which is a sphere, when they come out of the annealer, they will be these exact colors. Cole, can you play the furnace slide, please? So this is kind of the what is it? I forget the word, but it's a breakdown of our furnace, right? And it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 2,150 degrees, powered by natural gas and forced air. And at 2,150, it'll take about 5-6 days for it to come down to room temperature. So we always leave it running because we only have 2 days off, Mondays and Tuesdays, right? Our glory holes, or our reheating furnaces, those we turn off at the end of the day. Thanks, Cole. But the furnaces always stay running. If we were to turn them down and then, let's say, turn them immediately back up without going through the candling process, we would crack the bowl that holds the glass. So it's really important because those furnaces have a very high ticket price to make sure that we're treating them really nice and well. We get here anytime between 8:30 and 9 a.m. to prep for a 10 a.m. start. So it takes about an hour for our reheating furnaces to get up to temperature. If our garage, if we're using that, we also have something called a pickup oven, so we can preheat glass that's at room temperature to put it back inside and work it some more. So that's about an hour to an hour and a half prep in the day. As far as where can you buy these centerpieces if you don't go to the event, let me ask. As far as buying some of the centerpieces outside of the event, you'll have to connect with them through their website, hilltopartist.org. They're making 55 sets, so I don't know how many extra there will be, but they do have the capacity to make more. JJ is coming in for their next roll-up. So taking that furnace heat and then rolling over those canes so that the canes semi-melt and become attached, kind of like hot glue vibes. Does anyone have any questions for me? No. So here in the center bench, we're about to attach the punty. So Eddie is bringing over a gather of clear glass that is molded to have a slight point. Then Gabe attaches it, trying his best to make sure it's really nice and on center. So we want the pipe and the punty to be perfectly aligned, perfectly straight. So he's using his tweezers in order to make sure that that's the case. Now he'll be breaking it off, just like that. So we put a cold tool on hot glass. That makes the glass upset. It wants to break. Vibrations are then sent up the pipe, which causes that break. So it's because of the jack line that was established earlier in the piece that we're able to basically tell the glass, I want you to break here. Now Gabe is working on straightening it up. So the question is really about what's the distinction between going into the reheating furnace or using the fluffy torch? Like, why different heat sources? And what Trent was doing there was he was trying to control the heat to be in the center so that when he goes to twist the cane, only the center is warm. So the end he was quenching so that we had stability, so it was nice and cold, so we had something when he went to spin to push back against, to really twist up that cane. The glory hole or the reheating furnace is a great way to consistently heat up the piece. Meanwhile, the fluffy torch, the glass will always move the most and take the path of least resistance to where it is hottest. So by either using air to cool it down or an external heat source like a fluffy torch, you're able to control the glass in a way that the glory hole doesn't really enable you to. And here's some examples of those cones that were made yesterday. Still warm, hot from the oven. So over in the center, we're prepping for lunch, so it's not happening right this second, but Annie is actually creating the cane roll-up. So that's called the cane setup. So she is arranging the lines of glass color in the Roy G. Biv rainbow patterning. They'll then go onto the cane plate, which has ridges that stops the cane from rolling off, and we're able to create that pattern. Is anyone here familiar with the Netflix series Blown Away? Okay, so we actually have 3 Hilltop alumni that are on the show. We've got wonderful Trent here, who's part of the Hilltop program. Round of applause for Trent. Woohoo! We also have Jason McDonald and Edgar Valentine. So if you go back, I think those are in season 1. You'll be able to see we've got a little bit of Tacoma in that series as well. Over here on the side bench, Katie is using a wet newspaper to help shape the glass. And here in the center, we're working on finishing up this sphere shape. So Gabe is making sure that the opening at the top of the sphere is really nice and round. Good to go. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have many visiting artists in the form of the Hilltop Artist Program. We're here making production items for their annual Better Futures Luncheon, which will happen here in Tacoma at Hotel Murano, October 10th. For those of you interested in attending that event, tickets are for sale through their website, hilltopartist.org. This year's theme is Pride All Year. bringing light and attention and inclusivity to the LGBTQ plus community. Hilltop Artists offers programming in the form of after-school programs, daytime programs, summer camps, where middle schoolers and high schoolers are exposed to the medium of glass. It's one of the only programs in the United States that does this. Hilltop Artists also works with Arts Connect, a program that helps women in the juvenile court system. Over in the center bench, we're working on finishing up this piece. So Eddie is getting suited up. They have Kevlar gloves on, which enables them to hold the glass while it's warm. Meanwhile, Luis is at the ready to use the hot torch, get the bottom really nice and warm, and then we'll add the Hilltop Artist signature. Right now, Gabe is putting heat into that punty. We want to create thermal shock conditions, so we're adding heat, and then we'll be adding a cold thing in the form of a tool or water in order to break the glass and break it off that punty. Here's that water, thermal shock. Vibrations will then be sent up the pipe, which will cause the glass to break. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Another sphere in the box. And here's our signature being added. So that there's a stamp that says Hilltop Artists that's been machined out of brass. That's how we're creating that signature. Awesome, great job. And in true production style, there's no rest for the gaffer. So we're already up to the next one. And this will be our last sphere before we take a break for lunch. Over here, Xavier's getting ready to bring a punty to JJ. Over here, we're making cylinders. So now JJ is adding heat into our jack line because we're going to eventually be breaking the cylinder off the pipe side right at that jack line. Meanwhile, Gabe is using the fluffy torch in order to build up heat where the jack line will eventually be. So he's going to get the piece of glass really nice and warm and establish that jack line relatively early in the piece, so that we can have the greatest amount of success going to the punty side. So the tool Gabe is using is called the jacks. This is why it's called the jack line. So he's looking and he's visually trying to determine exactly where the pipe ends and where the glass begins. And he's going to cinch in right at that point so that we can eventually break it off. Eddie is using paddles in order to shield the radiant heat coming off of that glass. Our reheating furnaces and or glory holes are running at 2,300 degrees, so you can assume that it's really quite hot. All of the glass on the hot shop floor while we are making it needs to be at least 1,000 degrees so that it doesn't crack and break. Our furnace melts glass at 2,150 degrees Fahrenheit. And we've got two furnaces that both melt about 1,000 pounds of glass. For those of you who are curious about how we were able to get that rainbow patterning into the glass, Annie is over here making cane setups. So canes are lines of glass, and they can be any color. Here's another example. So they've all been cut to about 5 inches. That's how we're able to get them really nice and consistent. They're put into the arrangements, and then they're put onto the cane plate, preheated, and then we take molten glass, slap it on there, and then we're able to do a cane roll-up. Meanwhile, the sphere in the center, we're getting ready to punty up. We got that jack line really nice and established. Eddie is taking a gather of clear glass. They will then shape it to have a nice point, and it will then be attached to the bottom of our rainbow sphere. Never mind, this is the cookie. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. So this little piece of glass, also known as a patty or a cookie or a bit, is added to the bottom so that when we break the punty off, it doesn't distort the cane patterning. So it's just a little bit of clear cushion so that we don't disturb that. Does anyone have any questions for me? Cool. So the question is, why doesn't the rod get hot? The rod does get hot, but if you look at the pipe when it comes back out, there is a brown area and then there's a silver area. That's called a heat patina. So as the steel is exposed to heat, it gains that heat patina. So through muscle memory and trial and error, we're able to remember where that heat patina line is. We also have what's known as pipe coolers. We have two, one on either side, that you're able to cool the pipe down. The pipe tends to be the hottest right after you gather in the furnace, so that's the common time to cool down the pipe. Otherwise, we're making sure not to stick the pipe so far in the glory hole that it gets hot. You know, we're just trying to heat the glass, not the pipe. But it does get warm. Like if you can see Jack over there, his hand is literally at that transition where it goes from brown to silver. It's a little bit harder to see because unfortunately Gabe makes a better door than a window. But same for him, right at that transition point. More like a wall, sorry. Brick wall. Meanwhile, JJ over here is working on getting her cylinder really nice and shaped. Eddie is now using the marver to shape that punty. The punty will be attached to the bottom of this piece, right where we had that cookie or that patty of clear glass. Meanwhile, Katie is getting suited up, which tells me that JJ's piece is about to get boxed. And now we're attaching that punty onto our sphere. Meanwhile, over here, JJ is adding water to their punty so that we can break off that cylinder. Katie has something called loading tongs that are Kevlar lined that will catch the cylinder. Now we need to flash that piece and give it another round with the water to break it off. Now that water has been added, vibrations are sent up the pipe, breaks right off. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Awesome job, team. So now we're going to use the hot torch, get that bottom really nice and warm, and then a stamp with Hilltop Artists is imprinted into the molten glass, and that is the signature. Into the annealer that cylinder will go. And over the course of 8.5 hours, it will go from about 950 degrees to room temperature. And last but not least, our final sphere before we break for lunch. And now you can see the glass in real time. When it first comes out of that reheating furnace, it's really nice and orange, really nice and hot. And as it's exposed to the newspaper or to the air in the room, it becomes closer to like the muted colors. Now Gabe tweezed out the glass so that he can then use his jacks and really cinch in a really nice tight hole. This also gets rid of any extra glass on the lip. The glass that was attached to the pipe tends to be thicker than the rest, so in order to get a nice uniform thickness, we've got to trim off that excess. So that move you just witnessed there was Gabe trimming the end, because remember the ends tend to be thicker. He was also able to cinch in and control the glass and get that opening at the top of the sphere really nice and small. And now it's all about finessing. So the tool that Gabe is using right now is called a Sophietta. It's our way of blowing glass when it's on the punty side. Right now we're flashing down the piece, getting the whole piece really nice and toasty in order to bonk it off into the annealer. So that part that's really warm, Gabe is using the air to cool it down so it's a nice consistent temperature for the glass. Water is then added to the punty to create that thermal shock, and then vibrations are sent up that will cause the glass to break. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? Last sphere before lunch. So now we're adding the Hilltop artist signature using a bronze stamp. And into the annealer it will go. And we will see that bad boy tomorrow afternoonish. So we're all going to take about an hour-long lunch break. So feel free to visit the cafe, all of the galleries, and we'll see you in about an hour. Thanks for coming in. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Through Sunday, we have visiting artists, part of the Hilltop Artists Program here in Tacoma, Washington. We are all making production items for their Better Futures Luncheon, which will happen to benefit the Hilltop Artists Program at Hotel Murano on October 10th. On display will be centerpieces, and these parts and pieces will all be a part of that. So a centerpiece will be composed of some of these cones, a sphere, and a cylinder, and they'll all be grouped together. This year's theme is Pride All Year, bringing light to inclusivity and the LGBTQ+ community. The rainbows that are inside of the glass are made using these canes. You can see Zane is making a nice hot sandwich of canes that Trent will eventually be rolling up. So we're heating the canes from the bottom using that hot plate. Meanwhile, Zane is using the torch to heat them from the top. So Trent is making the start. We'll eventually have a gaffer here in the center that will be finishing off the spheres. So this is true production style. There will also be some cylinder making over at the far corner. So this is the 11th year of the Hilltop artists having a residency at the Museum of Glass. They are the only institution that we consistently give them a residency year after year. For those of you unfamiliar with the Museum of Glass residency program, every year we have an open call for artists who are curious about using glass within their artworks. You can currently find the application to be a visiting artist in residence here at the museum on Submittable. We're accepting applications up through November 1st. It's a competitive pool, but it's really great because the Museum of Glass staff and gaffers will all make your wildest glass dreams come true. You can have a residency up to 5 days long. Does anyone have any questions to start off? The fun has just arrived. This is Gabe. He's full-time staff here at the museum. He will be gaffing the spheres to completion. So the whole process is we get the spheres started over here with Trent. He takes up to 3 gathers of clear glass. Then he'll go over by Katie where she's arranging the canes. You can see it up on the big screen here. They will be arranging canes into the rainbow pattern, and they'll eventually be picked up with clear glass. But we can't go straight from room temperature to super hot. Our reheating furnaces or glory holes are running at 2,300 degrees, so we can't go from, on the hot shop floor, it's about 90 degrees, to 2,300 lickety split. So we need to preheat it. So that's what this station is doing. And if you're curious where I got the 90 degrees from, we do have a thermometer, a temperature gauge. We've got a temperature gauge up over yonder. So what Trent is working on over in the corner is he's continuing the process of twisting up the cane. So when we first picked it up, all the canes were really nice and straight, but we want them to have this twisted patterning. So he's using the marver and pushing against it to create friction to make that really nice and twisted. The marver is the name of the tool, that steel table. And so now Gabe will take this the rest of the way, and in true production style, Trent will begin the next one. So it's a constant, you've got a starter and then you've got a gaffer. The goal is to make 55 sets. Each set is composed of one cone, one cylinder, and one sphere. So we worked and made cones and cylinders, and today is all about the sphere. And then the Hilltop artists are residents until the end of Sunday, so they'll be able to make whatever up through then. So what Gabe is doing now is he's isolating the bit of clear that's at the end. So he's going to cut off any excess clear. This will also give him an opportunity to make those canes even more twisted because he'll be able to go against the grain with that mass. So Zane is cooling that large mass. When glass is cold, it's stiff. So we want the middle section warm, nice and liquidy, and we want that bulbous part at the end cold so that it'll provide friction when we go to twist it even more here at the center bench. So during that process, Gabe asked Eddie to blow. And so what that does is it makes a really nice termination point at the end. Otherwise, the canes can get a little muddy. So by supplying air, your termination point is much better. And then we were able to cut off that big glob of clear and the bits of cane that we're not interested in using. Now the next move is to really melt in the canes even more and use the marver to make a nice cone shape. The glass that is attached to the pipe is called the moil. So Gabe started off by rolling on the moil, and now he's continuing to make that nice cone shape. What Landon is using right now is called the pipe cooler. Throughout the process, you might wonder whether the pipe gets hot or not. So we preemptively cool down the pipe before we go to take a gather, because the pipe is always hottest right after the gather because it's exposed to the most heat for the longest amount of time. Into the furnace Trent goes, and when he comes out, he'll get a nice gather of what appears to be orange glass. Even though it comes out maybe yellow or orange, it is all clear. Here at the museum, we have two 1,000-pound furnaces. Both of them run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're melting glass at 2,150 degrees Fahrenheit. Now what Trent is doing right over yonder is he's doing a strip gather. So he went inside the furnace, he got a nice hot gather of glass, and then he stripped off any extra he didn't need. Meanwhile, in the center bench, Gabe is using a wet newspaper in order to help shape the glass. Next up, Eddie is going to be taking a gather of clear glass in order to add a little patty, a little layer of clear glass right at the bottom. This is so that when we eventually are finished with the piece and we break off the punty, we don't disturb the cane patterning at the bottom. So by adding that little bit of clear, it's a little bit of cushion, it's a little insurance that we're not going to disrupt that pattern. And so this molten glass is super nice and warm, so Gabe is able to literally drag it, stick it, and then he uses the back of his jacks, also known as the straps, in order to smoosh in that glass, make it really nice and flat. Sometimes the closed captioning produces all sorts of funny things, and I don't know what it is, so I'm not sure. because it didn't pick up that. So sometimes when I walk around people, you never know what they're talking about. So if you see me talking, make sure you don't spill any secrets. So now Gabe is working on finishing up the shape of that patty or that puck at the bottom, and Eddie has began the process of making our punty. Our punty is going to be how we shape the glass from the opposite side. Now what Gabe is doing is he's building up the heat right where the jack line is. That jack line is right where the pipe stops and the glass starts. Right after the moil. So there is some glass on the pipe, but we're cutting it right at that jack line. So we want to create something called thermal shock. So we'll build up all the heat right in that jack line, and then we'll touch it with a cold tool, and it's this really magical moment where the glass just does what you want it to. And it is then going to be attached to the punty. Cold tool, he's really disturbing that glass. Now Eddie will come through. We want to make sure that that punty and that pipe are perfectly aligned, quote unquote perfect, right? And now vibrations will be sent through the pipe that will cause the final cracking once that punty has an opportunity to quote unquote set up or become stiff and cool down. A little bit of water, a little bit of sizzle. And just like that, that's how it's done. So that's one of the few times we actually want the glass to break on the hot shop floor. It's pretty magical. And so now Gabe is correcting any floppiness, right? Because we want the piece to do what's called on center. We want the piece to be on center. So we want it to spin exactly perfectly along with that pipe. So he's correcting any imperfection of getting it on center so that when he spins it, it's really nice. Meanwhile, Katie has started heating up using the fluffy torch for the next cane roll-up. Trent has shaped his clear glass start into a nice bullet or conological. What's the word for the cone? Cone shape? I can't. Conical. Conical. Nice conical shape happening there. So we want that nice conical shape because when he goes into what you can essentially view as a pot of honey, we don't trap a bunch of air bubbles. There's the strip gather. Some of you might wonder, why are we stripping glass when we just gathered it? So we need that glass to end up being a certain diameter. So we use a pie divider, and we want the glass to be a certain diameter that matches the distance he needs to roll across those canes so that the pattern is evenly distributed. So there's a little bit of science. Maybe that's math. A little bit of math. All of it is science. So all of the glass that we get here comes in the form of particulate. We ship in glass from Spruce Pine, North Carolina in the form of batch. So batch are the chemical compounds that make up the glass, and we recharge or refuel or refill our furnaces whenever they get low with these particulates. Over the course of 3 to 4 days, those particulates melt and fine out is the technical term, and then we have cullet. So cullet is pre-melted or pre-fined out glass. So all the glass that we're stripping into those buckets, we're able to recycle. We're able to put it back into the furnace. As soon as color is added to our clear glass, we cannot recycle it because it would taint our 1,000-pound tank of glass. So it's just not quite worth it to try to recycle it at that point. Now what Gabe is doing is he's tweezing the lip of that sphere. Right where that glass was attached to the pipe, it is always thicker. So now we want to thin that out. We want a nice even thickness across the whole sphere. So he'll tweeze it out, and then use his jacks to cinch in the hole at the top of the sphere so it's as small as possible. Does anyone have any questions for me? So the question is, what happens to the glass at the end of the pipe, i.e. the moil? So we need the moil to provide infrastructure for the glass. So the moil is the part that's attached to the pipe. Sometimes you can pull the glass off the moil and make like a cup, something small. Today we're not doing that. We're only focused on production, but you can use the little bits for all sorts of stuff. So Gabe is actually going to cut off another little bit. Theoretically, you could use that for something, but we're just not using it today. Eddie's using what's known as a soffietta in order to puff up the glass. The soffietta is a tool that we're able to use to blow the glass while it's on the punty. So she's forcing air through that tube. Now we're going to use tweezers to bonk off that part. It's kind of hypnotizing, right? So on the hot shop floor, we've got three main torches. We have our hot torch, our fluffy torch, and our map gas. And the way that we form glass is through heat distribution. Glass will always move the most where it is hottest. So he's telling the glass, I want you to move here, so I'm heating it up more here. So maybe there was a flat spot, maybe he didn't like the curvature. He wanted that glass to expand the most where he was preheating it. Now Gabe is using the straps of his jacks to finish off the curvature at the very top of the sphere. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. This week we have visiting artists, the Hilltop artists out of Tacoma. The Hilltop Artist Program works with middle school and high school students. They have programs happening during the day. They have after-school programming, summer programming, all sorts of stuff to help get young people introduced to glass. They also work with an organization called Arts Connect that works with women in the juvenile court system. Everything being made during this one-week residency here at the museum will be part of their Better Futures Luncheon that'll happen at Hotel Murano here in Tacoma on October 10th. For those of you interested in supporting the Hilltop Artist Program, they do have tickets available for the luncheon on their website, hilltopartist.org. This year's theme is Pride All Year Long, bringing attention and inclusivity to the LGBTQ plus community. Now, Gabe in the center is beginning the process of bonking it off. So Eddie has suited up. They're ready to grab the piece, armed with Kevlar-lined gloves. Meanwhile, Gabe has been building up heat in that punty to start the process of thermal shock. So now that he's gotten the punty part really nice and warm, he'll introduce water, which will cause the glass to fracture. You can kind of hear a little sizzle. He's holding the piece up at that angle to make sure that no water gets on the sphere. Awesome. Can we give him a round of applause? Now we're using the hot torch, and then a brass stamp is used to put the signature into the piece. Now Eddie is going to load that into the annealer, and it'll stay there for about 8.5 hours while it slowly cools down from 950 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. This is called the annealing process and is absolutely critical to make sure that the glass doesn't break. Does anyone have any questions for me? Cool. Why does it smell funny over here?
That's the loading gloves.
Oh.
I'm a guy who does bladesmithing. We have like annealing as well, but annealing is done before the heat treat, like the very beginning of the heat treat process before you don't get an oil, and after you quench it, there's a thing called temp roll, which is basically what you explained here. You heat it up to a certain amount of degrees and you let it cool down to room temperature. Is there such a thing as tempering glass, or is it just annealing?
No. So when you anneal metal, you are rearranging the crystalline structure of the metal. And that's what the annealing process is. That's what makes it more malleable. heat tempering with metal is you're getting it to a certain temperature, and then that is bringing stiffness back into it, right? And then, but with glass, there is no crystalline structure. It's actually an organic structure. So there is no tempering to make it stiffer. The stiffness is based on the COE. So this is 96 COE. So like stiffness is in metals. The more carbon you have, the stiffer the metal, the more brittle. Glass is consistent. There aren't different alloys, except different COEs. So you can have Pyrex. Pyrex might get tempered, but soft glass, that's why they call this soft glass, doesn't have that. You can't temper it. Same, but different. Because there are metals in the glass, too. Like there's gold in many of the reds and yellows. Physical gold. There's no steel, but I have a degree in metal.
Yeah. I don't have a degree in metal. It's more of a side thing. Metal work is more fun for me because you can actually smash the metal.
Yeah, totally.
Shape it into whatever shape you want. Here, I don't actually want to smash.
There is somebody who does smash glass using a hammer.
Yeah.
What is that guy's name? He did a demo at the Tacoma gas conference last year. But it was neat. Oh, it's okay. It was neat. He let the glass get really cold and then he hammered it and it created all these iceberg chunks and his whole artist spiel was about icebergs and breaking down and yeah. It was cool watching him use the hammer.
Well, anyways, I have to get back to work.
Yeah, no worries.
Slide it off onto the paddle. You're making a medallion, dude. Already got it.
Are you donating to the auction this year?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should. I just don't have a lot. I might donate something I made here. He donates his time, treasure, and talent. Are you donating?
Well, I just had to ask for a procurement form.
Oh, really?
Makes me sad. I'm like, you guys don't want my shit.
No, they do want it.
They do want it. So what's up?
Stop. I mean, that lady's new, too. She doesn't really, she's figured it out. Go a little bit. Stop.
The question is, why do we keep putting it inside that reheating furnace? All of the glass on the floor, while we are making it, has to be at least 1,000 degrees. If it drops below 1,000 degrees, it can fall off the pipe, it can explode, it can do all sorts of things we don't want it to. So we only really have about a 15-second window from when it's hot enough to move and too cold to touch. So that's why we're constantly reheating it. So Trent just took a nice fresh gather. You can see it's kind of an orangey color. As it gets closer to room temperature, it will show its true color, which is clear. Both of our furnaces melt only clear glass. It's a nice base. It's kind of like the gesso of glass making is clear. Here today, we're adding color using what's known as cane. So cane are straight lines of colored glass. Over here, you can see Katie is making cane setups. They then get preheated over here. So underneath this, that's spicy. I'm not going to lift that up. But Katie will here soon. So underneath there is an arrangement of cane in a certain pattern. So we're preheating it because we can't go from 2,150 degrees to room temperature. That's too much. It'll cause the cane to break and crack. So we're preheating it using the burner underneath. Katie will eventually be using the fluffy torch and heating it from the top as well to make a nice heat-soaking sandwich. And then Trent will eventually be rolling up that cane with his clear glass start. So now we've got our heat sandwich happening. You can see Katie is using that fluffy torch to really heat those canes from both sides. Meanwhile, Trent just did a strip gather. Remember, we want the diameter of the glass to match the length of the roll. So that's why he's stripping off any extra glass. Meanwhile, Eddie is making a punty so that Gabe can attach it and work the glass from the opposite side. And there's the cane roll up. Hey, Cole, can we play the Hilltop video, please? Up on the screen, you're about to see a video that talks about the Hilltop program.
Oftentimes people come into the program, they look at 12-year-olds blowing glass and they're like, who thought this was a good idea? But if you set the expectation high for these kids, so many of them will reach that expectation and go beyond.
The Hilltop Artist program for glass blowing gives you something to look forward to at the end of the day.
Being involved in arts has really helped me stay focused because I really connected with it and I like it.
We've learned a lot of stuff, most of the stuff I make in here, like cups and bowls, I can use at home, and I've never been able to do that before.
What we do in working in the glass world is a very small community of people. But I think one of the things that this place does is it shows you that there's a larger, role that you can play in the community.
Before I took this glass blowing course, I did not consider myself an artist. I didn't think I was an artist. I didn't like the arts. I thought it was kind of phony. But coming into this class, I really learned how to express myself, and I was able to create things that I truly thought were beautiful. Just from my first gather, I knew it was something that I wanted to identify with and do whatever it takes to continue doing that for the rest of my life.
The program just goes kind of a step beyond what most programs do. Yes, we're an art program teaching 21st century skills in a school environment, but then we're also connecting these kids to all the social programs that they need.
Last year I was going through some stuff, and I came here and I felt secure. Art has always been kind of my way of coping through everything, and glass blowing is everything to me now. So
a lot of the students that I work with, the population that I work with, it's a big deal for them to even come to school, to show up to school.
As much as we use glass to hook the kids and to get the kids to come up in here every day, that's not really why we're here. Our goal isn't to turn all of these students into glass artists and populate the world with more glass art, but it's to make them better citizens and hopefully find something in themselves that they didn't see before.
So I started the program when I was 12. Growing up, it was really hard. I went through a lot, and glass was always my go-to. This is my home, it's my family. Being that struggling kid, and then now being on the other side and being able to be there for the kids, it's a really cool feeling.
We've become sort of a family in here, and we help them through that tough time of being 12 up to 19 years old. So
It's a really friendly place. All the teachers really nice. It's like another family that you can have.
I think it's made me a better person because I'm excited to go to school.
Feeling like they're creative is an important skill, I think, these days, in order to, with the changing world and the economy and everything the way it is, to be able to constantly, create a problem solver, reinvent yourself. I think that's what art does, and I think it's one of the wonderful skills that it provides these kids. Within a couple of weeks, they're making these beautiful objects that they take home, and their family and their friends see them and are oohing and eyeing and wondering, you made that? How did you even do that? That's amazing. So suddenly there's this pride in what they're doing, and they've overcome this fear of the heat and the kind of the intimidation factor of the glass blowing, and now they're actually creating things. And then as they stay involved with the program, they get to pass those skills on to their friends, show their friends what they know, mentor, and all those things. And so you can turn kids on to going to college. You can turn kids on to education in a way that they never thought was possible before. And I think that's the future that these kids have.
So now here in the center, Gabe has a Sophietta to blow the glass from the front. He's poofing it out and really making it a nice spherical shape. Now we're adding heat to the punty, getting ready to break it off and put it in the box. So now we're working on flashing down the piece. We want the whole piece to be a consistent temperature, somewhere about 1,000 to 1,100 degrees. Now we're adding heat to the backside, right where that punty is, so that we can create thermal shock. Eddie has suited up. They're going to be wearing Kevlar gloves to help shield them from the heat of the glass. Now water is added to create that thermal shock that'll cause that glass to break. Awesome. Can we give them a round of applause? Another sphere in the box. We're making 55 pieces, about 16 sets of centerpieces for Hilltop Artists' annual Better Futures Luncheon. Each centerpiece will be composed of one cone, as you can see here, one cylinder, and one sphere, which is what we just boxed. Now Gabe is doing the final twist. So he's using that glob of glass that was at the end as a resistance. He just cut that off, but he used it to provide resistance against the spinning of the pipe, which causes even more dense line twisting. For those of you just coming in, welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have visiting artists here today as part of the Hilltop Artist Program. We are making some production items for their annual Better Futures luncheon that'll happen October 10th of this year at Hotel Murano in Tacoma. Right now, Gabe is finishing up a sphere. Each object we make today is part of the luncheon in the form of a centerpiece. So all centerpieces will have one cylinder, one cone, and one sphere. The theme for this year is Pride Every Day. So we're bringing light and inclusivity to the LGBTQ plus community. And now we're getting ready to box the piece. So Eddie is getting suited up. And they have Kevlar lined gloves, so they'll be able to touch the glass and walk it over to the annealer. Thank you for that. I missed my cue. Nice round of applause. That is another sphere in the box. I believe that's something like 8 spheres in the box today. It's pretty darn good. Nine spheres. So we need to make 16 sets, so we still got quite a few more to go. Anyone have any questions for me? Now what we're doing is we're making the twist really nice and tight. That ball at the end there is providing friction against the diamond shears, so we're able to twist up, really make those canes nice and twisted, nice and tight, and then that mass gets cut off. Now Jack is using the marver to help shape the glass. We want to cool the very tip of it, so we're making a nice cone shape. And then he's also marvering the moil. The moil is the glass that's attached to the pipe. All of this is in preparation to give it a slight puff so that it expands mostly in the center. Here you can see Trent is about to take a fresh gather of clear glass. So when that glass comes out of the furnace, it'll be a bright yellow, kind of an orange color. And over time, as that glass cools down, it becomes closer to its true color, which is clear. Here at the museum, we have 2 furnaces. Both furnaces hold about 1,000 pounds. And they're melting glass at 2,150 degrees Fahrenheit. Now Gabe is putting heat right where the pipe ends and the pure glass starts, all in preparation for adding the jack line. So now he's going to go ahead and get that glass really nice and hot so that we can put in that jack line. So Gabe is using those jacks and cinching in that line, and he's putting that line essentially where the pipe ends, and then it's just glass. So this is where we'll be eventually breaking off this sphere from the pipe side to put it onto the punty side. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Hilltop Artist Program, they provide programming for middle school and high school students here in Tacoma. This takes place in the form of daytime programming, after-school programming, and summer programming. The Hilltop artists are who our artists in residence are here at the museum. All of these centerpieces will be part of their Better Futures luncheon that'll happen October 10th of this year at Hotel Murano. Tickets are available for that event at hilltopartist.org. Each centerpiece will get one cylinder, one cone, and one sphere. These cones were made yesterday, and the spheres is what we're concentrating on today. Now in true production form, we have a hot shop that's broken down into two parts. We've got starts over with Trent over in the corner, and here at the center bench we have Gabe, who is gaffing the sphere to completion. Now Eddie is bringing over a clear bit. This will be put at the bottom of this sphere as a way to protect the patterning when we punty up. So because the cane or the color is on the surface of the glass, when we finish the piece and we're ready to break it off the punty, we want to make sure we don't disturb that pattern. So we add a little bit of clear glass as kind of a buffer. And now what we're working on here in the center bench is the punty. So the punty is the way that we're able to sculpt the glass that was once attached to the pipe from the opposite side. So Eddie is taking a gather of clear glass that they will then be shaping into a nice pointed punty. Meanwhile, Trent over in the corner is letting his core cool down to take another gather of clear glass. Now Trent is going in and taking another gather of glass. We're doing cane roll-ups here to get the patterning in our spheres. So Luis is heating up the canes. We want the diameter that Trent finishes with to be equal to the distance that he'll run over those canes. So we did a little strip gather to get rid of some of that extra glass. Meanwhile, in the center, we've just puntied up. Now Gabe is letting that punty stiffen up, get a little bit harder so that we've got some infrastructure. Now Gabe is correcting any weirdness in the punty. So we want to make sure that that punty is super on center when we're making glass so that we don't have any wobbles. So he's using his tweezers to correct the punty if there are any wobbles by adding force on the inside of the piece. And here comes Trent with the next cane roll-up. So we got the outside of that glass really nice and warm so that when he rolled over the cane plate, it all adhered, became one piece of glass. And now he's going to work on continuing to melt in those canes and then begin the twisting process. Now we're going to go ahead and bonk off the excess of that pattern. So what Gabe did was he tweezed out the end and then used his jacks to isolate and to make a really tight circle at the very end because we want the top to be super nice and clean. Now Gabe is going to use his jacks on the inside of that piece to make sure that that opening is really nice and round. Meanwhile, Oliver is using a paddle to help shape the end as well. And Trent is beginning the twisting process of cane over in the corner. So he's using the marver to supply resistance while he's turning. Now we're using the Sophietta to blow the glass from the punty side. So what we're looking for is a really nice round sphere. So we're using a mixture of heat and air to make that nice shape. So that's what was happening there. And now this sphere is basically done. Gabe is going to put heat on the punty so we can create that thermal shock that we need for the piece to break off. So we're going to add a mixture of both really hot stuff in the form of fire and really cold stuff in the form of water, which will create the glass to get upset and to break. And now that we've flashed down the piece, water is added right at that punty area, which will cause that final breakage. We're holding the piece up at an angle to make sure that no extra water gets on the piece itself, just on the punty. And then vibrations are sent up. Boom, just like that. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause? I think that was number 10 in the box. So into the annealer, that piece went, and over a period of 8.5 hours, that glass will go from about 950 degrees down to room temperature. This annealing process is critical to ensure that the glass does not break.